Hey,
Can you introduce a little bit yourself?
sure. My name is Marco Skiri. I'm an NYU Shanghai IMB student, and this is my capstone project. It's called the Digital Peep Show, and it's a 10-minute peep show experience. That's a silent film about a woman who purchases a smart device called the Alexa, and you kind of get to watch her growing relationship with it and her eventual falling out with it as well.
Wow, so um, what's your inspiration for this project?
I think it's really just like a commentary on surveillance and smart device and, kind of this idea of like, are they working for us? Are we working for them? And yeah, and there's a little surprise at the end, so.
Okay, that's so cool. Can you show us more about this project, how it works?
Yeah, there's someone watching it right now, but
Yes.
it's gonna be over in a second.
So, do you want to introduce how it works?
Yeah. So actually I can show you guys.
Okay.
So there's a peep show kiosk here. And then if you look inside, you press this button and the movie will start. I don't know if you can go inside, but.
So is it like a interactive or just a movie?
It's just a movie, and then there is an element at the end where the user kind of gets entangled with the reality that's happening inside the film. But yeah, it's about 10 minutes long, and it's just a black and white style.
That's very cool, and I like how you decorate it.
Thank you.
So is there anything else you wanna tell us?
Yeah, and so I guess one of the main characters is this device, and this is actually the prop from the film that I painted, the Alexa. So yeah.
Cool. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Hi guys, can you tell us a little bit about yourself and your project?
Hi everyone, I'm Stephanie and I'm a second year ITP student.
I'm John.
I'm Ginny.
I'm Chongting.
So, what's your project about?
So our project is called Zuba Battle, and it's basically from a class called Playful Communication of Serious Research. And we took a research from, we collaborated with researchers from Rockefeller University, Sadie and Constantina. And basically we decided to create this rhythm game to kind of talk about this research.
So, do you guys want to show us how it works? You can introduce it when they're playing.
So basically, Zuba Battle is based on a research study from Constantina and Sadie from Rockefeller University, where it talks about the vocal complexity of animals and their ability to dance or vocal entrainment. And basically, we decided to create this interactive experience using RFID sensors, Unity, and buttons to create a rhythm game to better help explain this research to people. There are two parts in the game. The first part is just a normal rhythm game, and the second part is where you activate your animals. And hopefully this game is very fun and interesting in combining the study, but also being able to have fun with it.
Cool. Oh, so what courses inspired you?
Courses?
Yeah.
Also, this was Playful Communication of Serious Research with Brett Peterson.
And so, how many people play tested this, and what's users' reaction to it?
Yeah, so people really enjoyed being able to kind of tap these really big red buttons, and they really appreciate the second part where basically you're tapping and playing as animals, and everyone seems to really like it. During the play test, it was a lot of trial and error. We were trying to figure out, okay, what's a good enough game that'll be easy enough but hard enough that people will be able to enjoy it. Stephanie was our play tester most of the time, and she was like really great at it. While Ichon over here could be a little bit better, so it was like a good balance of people to try out and see how the game is like.
Cool. So, why you decide to have stage 1 and stage 2?
Yeah, so I think stage 1 is to kind of talk about how rhythm game works. So since it's like an introductory game to rhythms, so it's like an easier kind of a slow pace. Everyone has the same thing, and then the second part is activating your animals, which means that based on the study, depending on their vocal complexity, it'll be easier to dance as an animal or a little bit harder.
Okay, so does this animals have different sound in stage 2, or they only have one sound?
Oh, so yeah,
The sound is the same. But they have the same sound, but they just have different kind of the patterns. Like so, we match the notes with the patterns of each animal's dancing capacity. So that is like, you will see that chicken is more randomized, and the chimp would be like more matched to the beat, and there's different kind of animals, and we just based on the study.
Okay, thank you so much. So, do you want to say anything else?
No, but I hope that people really enjoy this game, but also be able to learn about the study that Constantina and Sadie were able to share with us, because this actually was something very interesting to us. And when Ijeon first found it, we were really excited about this study. So hopefully that other people can learn more about it and enjoy it as well.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Hi, I think we interviewed you yesterday, but
Yeah.
can you tell us again about your full name and your project name?
Yeah, my name is Alan Winslow, and my project is Endangered Safari. It's turned off right now, but it's a video game a pixel art video game that explores threatened and endangered species and the Anthropocene.
Cool. So, like, what did you usually do or like design in ITP, and what did you learn in ITP?
Oh yeah, so I came to ITP to learn to give myself more tools in fabrication and coding and virtual production, and yeah, throughout the classes, that's what I learned, and it's been a great experience.
Cool. So, are you second year student?
Yeah, yeah, I am a second year student, and this is it. This is the last day. So yeah,
So, congratulations.
thank you.
And I'm also very curious about your thesis and what's your future plan for your life.
Oh, that's a big question on the live stream. Yeah. So wait, my future plan and what's the other question?
Your future plan and what's your thesis about?
Oh, my thesis. Oh, so the game that I'm showing is my thesis, and yeah, and so I just plan on continuing making interactive art that has conversation around threatened and endangered species and conservation. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Hi guys, we're Okay, hi guys, we're back again, and now I'm sitting with a bunch of ITP people. And can you guys introduce yourself?
Sure. Sophia Baker.
Tuan Huang.
Hi, I'm Julia.
Okay, so can you tell us how do you like about ITP?
What do I like about ITP? Are we leaning in? Hello. Personally, what I really liked about ITP is the community and the people. But what I've learned was I really liked being able to build the hardware to go to my software because I've been doing a lot of graphics, and so being able to build physical controllers to actually manipulate and play with them that's been very cool. Cool connection.
I like about ITP is like how many things we could try about. Like, oh really? Oops, sorry. I come from a graphic design background, and I find like coding is really helpful with creating like different visual expressions, which I have never imagined what I could do with that. So yeah.
I have the same answer as Tuan. I like the whole breadth of skills that we can learn and the classes that we are offered, and the fact that you can learn how to code but also be a graphic designer and then also do game engines and then also make hardware and also do fabrication, and just doing everything is so fun.
Looks like you guys have different direction in the future. So can you tell us about like what do you want to do in the future, or you're unsure? That's also fine. But yeah.
Definitely unsure. But I'm hoping to kind of go into a digital archive direction because especially being around all the artists here in ITP, I think that we should really focus on like how do we make sure that those pieces of art last for as long as they can.
That's a good answer. I am also very unsure, but I still have another year, so I'll figure it out.
I'm similarly unsure, but maybe less unsure than you.
Okay.
I did a lot of performance this semester, but up in the future, like next year, I want to work on physical, tangible objects that perform themselves, like sculpture work, and just like physical art.
Got it. So I've heard that we've already got our lottery result. So how do you feel about our lottery system, and how do you feel about your result right now?
Sophia got the best class, the most popular class.
Which one?
Which one?
Sophia got the Dream Cube class.
Oh really? Yeah.
Yeah, I actually also. I mean.
Nice. Okay. See you there. Yeah, no, I think the lottery system could also use some work. I mean, I'm not quite sure how it works intricately, but yeah, I think we could use an update. Yeah, or at least more transparency on the system.
Yeah.
I think it works, but it's complicated, and everyone has similar interests. Yeah.
But I don't think the results are finalized yet. Cause
No, they're not.
on the calendar it says Friday 12 p.m. So
Oh yeah.
yeah.
So maybe we're gonna have some wait list. Yeah. So okay. So thank you guys. What do you want to say last? Do you want to add anything or tell anything to audiences?
Thank you to the documentation crew because this has been awesome. Yeah, really. You guys have been awesome all year. Thank you.
I second that.
Yeah. You are in Duck Lab. How do you feel about it?
The Doc Lab. I feel like it's a great resource. I hope more people in ITP and IMA know about it because I don't think they really officially announced it. But come book us. It's free, and then it makes your project looks way better on your portfolio.
Yeah, of course. Come book us.
Yeah.
I have a very professional looking video in the show, and it's all because I spent 6 hours in Doc Lab last week. So that's bad. Also, shout out to Mimi and Noah for producing the show.
Oh yeah, it's amazing, and it's huge.
Yeah. What an accomplishment.
Cool. Thank you, guys. Yeah, thank you. Hi, yesterday we interviewed you, and today we are here again. Can you tell us a little bit about your life in ITP and how do you like it?
Sure. So I come from Uruguay, and I came just for this program. And when I was going to come, I started all the nerves, right? Will I make friends? Do I have enough skills? And it's been amazing. It's been like really gratifying and challenging because you see all these amazing projects and you want to live up to them and be like on the same level. So yeah, it takes you to make things that you didn't thought were possible. So yeah, I'm like amazed.
Thank you. So I saw like your project is about like a PCOM. So what's your direction or what's your focus in the future?
Sure. So again, before I came, I was okay. I want to do machine learning stuff and I want to do filmmaking stuff. And now I'm making PCOM stuff. So you come with these ideas, and ITP changes everything and makes you realize that you like stuff that you never even tried. So I guess my direction still like filmmaking stuff, machine learning stuff, and now I have to add like PCOM because I love this.
So do you take any like film related courses next semester? Like how's your plan?
No, actually, that's a good point. I'm not taking. I am taking machine learning for creative purposes, like to generate, yeah, maybe to generate videos from text. So that's one of the classes I'm planning on taking. I'm also planning on taking like the filmmaking stuff to a more XR side. So I'm planning on taking XR classes. And yeah, continuing with PCOMP. In wherever I can put PCOMP, I will do it.
Yeah, that's good. Thank you so much. Thank you. Hi, can you introduce yourself and how do you feel about ITP?
Hi, I'm Tash Trebazacci, and I love it here at ITP. I mean, honestly, just the sheer like depth and breadth of what we're able to dip our hands in for the first time is incredible and incredibly satisfying.
Cool. So, are you first year or second year student?
I'm a first year student, just finishing up now.
Oh, so what's your project you made for this year, and what kind of direction you like?
Sure. So I participated in, you guys just saw Eve Fogel presenting on his projects, the energy one, as well as the anti-human box, which we developed together for machine learning for physical computing class. So my previous experience was mostly in fine arts, like traditional two-dimensional art. And I just started more with like PCOM development, fabrication. I really enjoy working in the shop, whether it be plastic or wood. And it's really fun to put those pieces together with your hands instead of just relying on two-dimensional flat projects.
That's cool. So, what's your plan next semester? Do you take any also like a fabrication class or some class?
Sure. So I'm definitely looking into digital fabrication once again, just like marrying the 2D and the 3D. But I'm always still going to be partial towards like my past and like graphic design and web development. This past couple of weeks, 7 weeks or so, I started leaning into like 3D web art in the browser as well as AR and VR. So I think that my next semester is going to really be applying the skills I picked up these past few weeks in that area.
Cool, cool. Is there any else you want to tell us?
Honestly, like I said, in terms of like what you're able to do at ITP and the people that you're able to meet, it just runs the entire spectrum and you'll never be dissatisfied. I love it here.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hi, can you introduce yourself?
Yeah, I'm Henry Wang, and I'm a current second year student at here ITP. My focus here is like motion capture, visual storytelling, and bioart. Yeah.
Cool. I heard about people say you're second year Midori. How do you feel about this, and like why they call you like this?
Also, I often like being answered by people's questions like what class you should choose and like all kind of ITP stuff. So people just call me like Henry Midori. Yeah.
Yeah, that's funny. So can you tell us a little bit about your thesis? What your thesis is about?
So my thesis project is a computer simulation that keep runs, keep looping, and using like a code to manipulate all those artificial species in a virtual world. And it's about like how computer bugs and biological bugs be different and same in a same digital space. Yeah.
Cool. So throughout 2 years, what do you feel about ITP and how do you like about ITP?
Yeah, so I like ITP was my like top choice when I applied for grad school, and it's still like I really enjoy this place. That's why I know when I applied ITP, I know ITP well. But while I'm here, I still like really enjoy this place. It's like the people here are so great, and you can always ask people for help, and there's always people willing to help you. I think that's what like make ITP always the best program for this kind of stuff. Yeah.
Cool. So what's your plan later, like after your graduation?
Yeah. So actually, like right after graduate, I will do a artist in residence at School of Visual Art, and after that, I probably gonna apply other artists in residency, mainly focus on like BioArt and data art, that kind of stuff. Yeah.
So is there any else you wanna tell us? Tell the audiences?
Yeah, if you considering apply ITP, definitely like reach out for current students and me like alums. There's a lot of people here to like introduce you to the program, and it's just great to be here. Yeah.
Cool. Thank you so much. Hi, can you briefly introduce yourself and your project?
Hi, I'm Hao Quan, and you guys can also call me Kenneth. I'm a senior student from NYU Shanghai IMA, and I'm going to ITP in this fall. And yeah, this is my thesis capstone project, which is a VR fashion show that I collaborated with a fashion designer from Parsons. So yeah, this is basically I made a fashion show for VR fashion show for the designers. Yeah.
Cool. What's your inspiration for this, and how did you like find Parsons student to collaborate with you?
So my inspiration is basically my own interest. I'm really into VR. So in the last 2 years I designed VR experience and also games for different topics. And fashion is also one of my main interests. I really love fashions. So at first I really want to explore the possibility of like expressing yourself through fashions in digital world. So this is the start of the stories, and I also reference a lot of example and inspiration from some commercial projects like the Balenciaga's virtual fashion shows as well. Yeah, and for the collaboration with Parson designers, I actually reached out to my instructor here, Professor Despina from ITP, and she has a really great connection with fashion industry. So she introduced me to the professor in Parsons, and then the professor in Parsons invited me to Parsons to participate in their midterm presentation and know a lot of people there. And then very lucky, my partner she also using like emerging media to design clothes, so it's actually a really good coincidence. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's very lucky and very great collaboration. So, can you show us a little bit about your work and how does it work?
Okay. So actually there are four scene experience. So the first one is actually a more traditional catwalk experience, which I use it to guide a user to really enter the virtual world. Because the topic's actually yourself and love relationship in the digital world. So and then uh, the audience will enter this crazy matrix structures consist of like AI generated images, and also you can see some glitching effect. We want to use those little design to tell the people that okay, you are really in the virtual world, and then triggering this black environment, and we're having some traditional runway elements in it, and the giant statue model, which you cannot really see it in the reality, right? And then the last scene is actually a showcase room, and also I have some interaction design in it. When you come closer to the avatars, you can read the text, you can having the conversation with the avatar to really learn what kinds of identity and the characteristic each models represented. And also when you come closer to the avatars, you can see that you really clone the avatars. You can see the closest on your own body. So this is also another way to experience the closest and the design. Yeah.
Cool.
This
So,
is basically all my content.
thank you so much. So, for this closest, what technology did you use to make it? Yeah.
So the closest in the avatar is basically designed by my partner. I only like helped her to bring it to the virtual world. My partner mainly used Blender to make closes, and I made animation with her so that probably you can't really see the animation, but we have a lot of like idle, smelling, talking animations of the models. Yeah, and my working environment is basically Unity. Yeah. So it's like Unity and Blender. Yeah.
Cool. Thank you so much, and hope to see you next year. Bye. Hi, can you briefly introduce yourself and your project?
Hi, so my name is Peter, and I work on this project with another partner. His name is Jack Ma, but he is not here today. And this is our video game project. So in this project, we created a simulation of a old Windows desktop interface, and we designed this game to run in a web browser. And in this game, the player role-plays as an office employee who works for a fictional technology company named SEU, which is also the title of this game, SEU.
So can you show us a little bit about this game? Yeah, you can play it.
So I'll do some quick demonstration. Basically, everything works like how it would work on a desktop surface. So this is a TXT file interface, and it can be dragged around. We can close it. Let's also try a folder. And we can also put a file in a folder. It's also recycle bin. And this is also a exe file. This is where the player would do work. And there's some instructions that tells the player what to do. For this one, the player had to pick the area with most concentrated dots. And this one, I think, is number 3, so we can try that. If we hit submit, yeah, and task completed 1 out of 15. So
Cool. So what's your inspiration for this project?
yeah, so this project, in this project, we pretty much studied different interfaces. Because I have a personal interest in studying interfaces. I think the most intuitive interface we all understand is a human-human interface, and that's more commonly known as talking. And the more intriguing ones are human-computer interfaces, which is how we interact with a computer. Early computers, we use like plug boards and like switches, those mechanical things. And later, we invented graphical user interface, which is what this is. And in this project, it's a fictional technology company, SEU. It's also a company that works on human-computer interfaces. And we have included some of the fictional and theoretical interfaces like mind upload, which is uploading someone's brain into a digital world. And yeah, it's really us trying to understand how the human-computer interfaces work and how it affects the world.
That's very deep. So I want to know, like, what technology did you use to design this?
Yeah, so since this runs in a web browser, so this is running in Google Chrome right now. It's all made in JavaScript, and we use a library that everyone in ITP is familiar with, the P5.js, and that helps with the graphical elements. So yeah, that's the main technology we use.
So all of these elements are designed in P5.js?
Yes.
Cool. That's pretty cool. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi, can you introduce yourself and what is your project about?
Yeah, hi, my name is Timmy, and for my project, I created a display of photos I've taken, and I've etched them onto aluminum business cards. And so I was exploring the technique of using laser cutter to etch onto metal. And so what I've done is each card starts out like this with a black coating, and so the laser cutter burns off the coating, and so you're left with the metal underneath. and that's how the different texture is created. So where it's brighter is where the machine uses more power to burn off the coating, and then where it's darker is where it leaves it pretty much intact. And so I just created a gallery of photos that I've taken that I've printed onto these cards. And then in the center here, I've also had a display where I've done it directly onto my laptop. And so that's where the project idea first came from. And for this show, I just wanted to kind of demonstrate this technique.
So what class and what professor did you take?
So it was during Intro to Fab that I had with Ben Light, and he sort of showed us that some people have used a laser cutter to sort of do vector designs on a laptop. And I thought it would be really cool to try and do more of a photo than just like a vector design.
Do you want to do any like future development for this?
There's a few ideas for this, mostly just like trying to sort of make it into a business model, but obviously making anything into business is more difficult than it sounds. So I guess for now, I just wanted to kind of explore what else I can do with this, and maybe down the road, there will be more ways to monetize it.
Cool. Thank you. Thanks. Hi, can you briefly introduce yourself and your project?
Okay. Yeah. Hi. I'm Ethan. I'm a graduating IMA senior, and this is my undergraduate capstone. It's called Collective History. It's a platform for creating and experiencing world-scale augmented reality experiences. I went through the full process from ideation to user testing, to design to development, and I have a semi-functional prototype here. So this platform allows you to create your own walks. It allows you to experience other people's walks. So each walk you can customize, you know, the illustration, the color associated with it. You can customize what the UI looks like. So if it's like a historical walk versus like a modern walk. Each walk is composed of individual places. Each place has a location associated with it in the real world, and it has 3D content associated with it. And it pins that 3D content within the actual world at that location when you're at that place. And then it guides you through that succession of places. So this could be for personal memories. This could be for like historical stories. This could be for like art installations. There's a whole lot of things you can do with it. And then when you want to go on it, you just click Start Walk, and it guides you through the entire walk.
So what's your inspiration when designing this project?
I've done a couple projects in the like historical XR vein before, but I really wanted to do one that allowed other people to utilize the technology, because normally you'd have to know Unity or know, like I did, native iOS development, especially to use the cutting edge feature sets, like the world scale geoanchors.
Cool. So do you have plan to like further develop this project?
Yeah, I'm hoping to release it in a couple months, if all goes well. Yeah, I'm excited for it.
Cool. Thank you. And we're also gonna download it. Thanks. Hi, can you briefly introduce yourself and what is your project about?
Yeah, hi, I'm Una. I'm an IMA major from NYU Shanghai, and this is my capstone project for the second part of capstone. And basically, I was inspired from what I did in capstone 1, which is I researched nostalgia and how it could emerge as a aesthetic of media. And I also found through that it tends to emerge during eras of uncertainty. So I chose to focus specifically on Y2K and COVID, and I wrote about that. But in this project, I used a multimedia installation to visualize both eras and to try and use the objects and the media itself to create that visual conversation of both of them. And I invited viewers to think about this question: is it possible to be nostalgic for Y2K or COVID? And there's that spectrum on the wall, yes, maybe, no. You can see already some people have put up their answers based on what they agree with, and just some other thoughts that they had about both eras or just everything in general up there as well. And yeah.
Cool. So are these notes all from your classmates here?
Oh, not all of the notes are from classmates. Some of them are from, but a lot of them are also from people who came through too. Yeah.
Cool. So can you tell us a little bit about like the definition of Y2K?
Oh yeah, so Y2K was a period in the late 1990s where they thought that as soon as the year 2000 struck, there would be a technical computer glitch that would cause a lot of other unnatural problems or natural problems in the world. And it was basically just a giant conspiracy theory that never actually happened, but it generated a lot of panic for some people.
So what's your inspiration when you designing this?
Yeah, so my inspiration was I wanted to kind of create like a gradient almost. So like one era on one side, one on the other, and then it would merge together in the middle. The monitor isn't on right now, but if it was on, there would be a video playing I edited together of both of the eras, focusing on news clips from when people on TV were talking about both of them. And they used a lot of the language Y2K bug and COVID as a virus. So I thought that connection was interesting and made for an interesting meeting point in the middle.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Hi, can you briefly introduce yourself and what is your project about?
Hi, so I'm Blanca Garcia, and this is my project. It's a little, it might be hard to see, but it's a graphic design project. It's a wayfinding plan. So it's basically just like a guideline system to make moving around the IMA floor a little easier. I feel like, if you're new in here, you walk in, you have no idea where everything is. So I thought maybe there's somebody should make like a system to, make it a little more intuitive. And so these are just like some of the guidelines I came up with, and just some like mock-ups of what it might look like. So
what class are you taking for this?
This is design fundamentals. So it's purely like graphic design based.
Well, so what is your inspiration when designing this?
I guess, well, it started off as a class assignment, but then I decided to expand on it because I got really into the idea of how can we make the floor just like easier to move around, like more intuitive. Yeah, that was basically that, just like some like way to like make the community like better in a little way, I guess.
Cool. I think every Spring Show visitor should have one. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi, can you introduce yourself and your project? Yeah, my name is Lisha, and this is my project Gobi World. Gobi World is a point-and-click adventure game. It's free. It's on the web. You can play it at gobiworld.com. You can see up there. And you play as a little piece of gum that is stuck in the stomach. You know the myth that gum stays in the stomach for 7 years. So you're stuck in the stomach. You go through the small intestine, the large intestine. You finally get to the rectum anus. It's too stinky. You decide to go back to your stomach, climb up the esophagus. You get transferred to a new mouth via French kissing. You go back down to a new stomach, and there's a bunch of other pieces of gum in there that you have to free. So yeah, it's a game that you can play using mouse and keyboard. So you move this little guy around. Can you show us how they work? Yeah. I can show you this too. This is like some art for it. It says gobiworld.com. That's where you can play at home. So basically, just move this little guy around. He's teaching you how to play right now. But this is Gobi. And he has a bunch of fun stuff in his room that he can tell you about.
That's cute.
And you basically click around. That's his dog. You can leave, get items.
So this is all the stomach.
Here. Yes. What about it?
The stomach.
Oh yeah, this is the stomach. And then, yeah, Wheel of Fortune on. And then you can talk to this guy. And you have to solve his puzzle. You have to like do the Wordle. So let's try. I think. Okay, none of them. What about ready? Okay, so we know it ends in Y. And a little spoiler here. I'll cover it. So once you solve the Wordle, you go into the small intestine, and so there's a bunch of other rooms to explore. At the end of the game, you are basically following the storyline and trying to help Gobi out.
Cool. I think we should leave some surprise for the audience to play it themselves.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah. So, but what's your inspiration when designing this?
So there's a long history of point-and-click video games. They started with adventure games, which was Colossal Cave, which was a very popular game, and then kind of transitioned to Myst, or you might know like Pop Tropica. You ever played Pop Tropica? Or like Escape the Room games. And so they were very popular in the 70s, 80s, and 90s, and now they are less popular. And I think that they're really fun and they're really easy. They're very accessible. You don't need to know how to game, and there's also no threat of like dying or having to be like really good at shooting people or something. So it's just a pretty like accessible way to play games. And yeah.
So, what technology did you use to design this?
I used AE Sprite, which is a pixel editor, to draw. I drew all of the art for it, and then I used my friend Nate did the music. I don't know where he did that. And then I used Adventure Game Studio, which is like a game engine that was developed in the late 90s for making specifically point and clicks, and that uses C++ to script it.
Cool. So, is there anything else you want to tell the player when they play this?
I guess let me know if you get stuck, because I want to make it. There's a few points where people seem to get stuck, and I think I fixed them, but let me know and have fun. And there's it's kind of funny. There's like some jokes in there too.
Cool. Can you tell us your website again?
Yes, it's gobiworld.com, GOBYWORLD.com. And there's information right there.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. Hi, can you introduce yourself and what is your project about?
Yeah, hi, my name is Martha Janicki. I'm a first year ITP. My project is a birthday card greeting generator. I've always struggled to write birthday card greetings and I always find them a little bit difficult. So I decided to get a machine to do it for me.
So can you show us what it works? Like how does it work?
Yeah, sure. So basically, the user will open up the pages and there's instructions on how to interact with it. And they can get messages from 3 different characters, from a fortune cookie, Karl Marx, and your mom.
Those characters are random or like
I chose them specifically, and that's just because they each talk in a distinctive way. So with the fortune cookie, with a mom humor for birthdays, and with Karl Marx talking about kind of the proletariat bourgeoisie, I thought that a short, pithy sentence would be really recognizable. And I had to also have things that are available for me on which to train the natural language models. So essentially, it's a natural language model that creates Markov chains into short little sentences in each of the 3 characters that gets sent to Google Text-to-Speech to convert it into a voice. And the user is scanning an object that is being sensed by an Arduino using a machine learning model that I trained running on TensorFlow Lite. And so it's able to detect the color of the object, and that's kind of where the interaction comes from.
Cool. So what's your inspiration when designing this?
I think just having something that was fun. I wanted to play around with language. So I basically wanted to see like the different fun combinations that could come from training a model on those 3 different types of characters. And frankly, it was really fun, and everyone that I've showed it to has had a really fun time interacting with it.
Yeah, definitely. So do you have plan if you can like further developing this?
I think it's actually in a pretty good place. It's actually been really fun testing it during the spring show because basically it's a lot of paper interaction, so I can even just like show you. There's like a paper component here. And this is completely new from today. Basically, I was trying to get people to like open and explore and have it be like a really exploratory experience. And as you can see, there's a scanner here with the Arduino. And so basically, I wanted it to be like a really exploratory experience. And so yesterday, I realized that the way that I had set it up wasn't very intuitive to people. So I completely reworked it today. And I'm going to see what makes sense to people. And hopefully, based on those interactions, I could keep on exploring ways to make the paper component more exploratory. I think I would also want to explore the tech of it. So originally, I wanted it to be creating those greetings live. So communicating from JavaScript over to Python. But I didn't have enough time for that, and it felt a little more complicated than right now. So those are kind of the areas that I would probably explore if I kept on working on this.
Cool. I'm very happy that people all like it. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Bye.
Hi guys, can you briefly introduce yourself and what is your project about?
So the project is called Touch the Sound, and our inspiration coming from the movie Coda. We are deeply inspired by a scene that when the father touched her daughter's throat to feel the vibration of the sound. So based on that, we want to create a sound piece that can change our basic sensory of sound from hearing to multisensory experience. So we designed two parts. The first part is the light box. We choose the sea waves, the sound of the sea waves, and we change the brightness and also the color of the light box based on the amplitude of the sound. And we map the amplitude into several modes. So from the light box, you can not only hear the sea waves, but you can also see like how the sea waves goes to feel the pattern of the sound. And another thing we make is the small cube. So this is how we transfer the experience of vibration of sound to this little cube. So we put a vibration motor into it, and when you touch it, you can feel the vibrating of the sea waves. So we also map the amplitude of the sea waves into 8 different modes of effect. So when you put your hands into it and touch the box, you can just feel the sounds. It's like vibrating. Yeah, so this is our piece, Touch the Sound. Yeah.
It's a very emotional project. Do you want to add anything, Doris?
Oh yeah, because we just want to let people like build the connection between deaf people and sound during the concert. Let deaf people more like feel they are in the concert and feel the sound. Yeah.
Cool. So what class did you design?
We have a collaboration. So Doris is doing for her connected device, and I'm doing for the sound art class. Yeah.
So how do you guys feel about like collaborate with each other?
It's really great because I think this is our third collaboration project. So it's really like easy for us to do the project. I think we will do more in the future.
Yes.
Cool. So is there anything else you want to tell the audiences?
So in the future, we hope Touch the Sun can have more chances to enter the concert, and hope more people can join it and feel have a multisensory experience with the sound. Yeah.
Cute. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Hi, can you introduce yourself and your project?
Hi, my name is Josephine. My project is called Lamp Hat. It's a fashion accessory that you can wear on your hat. You can wear as a hat, and it also helps with sensory overload and social anxiety. Yeah, it not only looks cool when you wear it, and you can block out all the eye contact, and then you don't have to move away. You don't have to escape. And you can also continue doing your personal tasks under this reading light. And the light source is made with 3 layers of customized PCB with 320 LEDs. And yeah, and I can demonstrate how you should wear it.
Cool. Is it heavy when wear it?
It's not really heavy. It's very meditative. Yeah. So the personal reading light can be adjusted like this. And I can also turn it off.
Oh,
like lamp.
So this one is designed for the
It's a switch to turn off the light. Yeah.
Cool, that's very cool. So what's your inspiration when designing it?
So my inspiration came from when I was working on my homework on ITP, and I feel like there are just a lot of noises around and a lot of people walking around, and then I just could not avoid eye contact and get distracted all the time. and sometimes it can be very stressful. So I just thought, oh, what if I can just put something over my head, and I can kind of just like distract people by just pretending to be a lamp and hiding in a corner. So that was my inspiration.
So what's people's reaction when they wearing it? Like how do people like it during the spring show?
They love it. Obviously, this is funny stuff. So most people do see the humor of it. And yeah, and a lot of people are very interested in how the light source is constructed and ask me a lot of questions about PCB. And I learned all the PCBs design and making and just assembly in this class called homemade hardware. Yeah, so that was very challenging, but very, very fun. And I'm definitely going to continue exploring it.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Oh, hi again. Do you want to introduce yourself? Oh, yeah.
Hi, I'm Ali.
I'm Yomi.
So can you introduce your project?
Yeah, so this is our decorative light project called Rena. And Rena, it's a light lamp we designed for the clinical waiting room. So our inspiration for this one is we're doing some research about what patients will feel when they are in the waiting room. So most of them will feel like pretty stressful and have anxious for the unknown situation in the dental clinics. So we designed this lamp to help the patients to release their anxiety and also pressure when they are waiting. And the color we choose for the light are blue, green, and violet because we've done research that those colors are the patients are more preferred for like relaxing. And also we want them to like have release their breathing pressure. So we're doing the animation that is gradually fade in and fade out to help them to doing simple breathing exercise. And so this is the animation mode, and you can also change the color. Yeah, I can see it. Oh, sorry. This is the green light.
So what technology did you use when designing it?
Technology. Arduino.
Arduino?
Yeah.
Or like any fabrication that...
Fabrication laser cut.
Cool. So what class are you designing for?
We are designing for light and interactivity. And based on the request of the clinical space, most material we are using are natural from the natural element, that is wood, and also those recyclable and easy access materials. And from the structure, we are mostly using those screws and the nuts so that even if you buy Rena, it is easy for you to install it. And when you want to fix it, it's also like easy to take down those parts. Yeah.
So why do you decide to name it Rena?
You can ask.
It's a magic name, and it's the name of a witch of the full moon. So we think this light can bring the magic to the patient, so they can calm them down. And it's more like a eclipse-looking light. So I think it's a great name for our project.
So is there any way like audience can buy this light, or like do you have any plan to like further develop?
Yeah, we plan to install it to the actual dental waiting room and to do more research about like how patients feel about it, and we're gonna like do more improvement of that. Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Thank you so much. Thank you. Hi, can you introduce yourself?
Hi, my name is Anton.
Hi, I'm Jenny. Hi, I'm Pauline.
So can you introduce your project?
Yeah, sure. So our project is called Bleach, and it's an interactive installation. Try to let people to learn more about coral restorations.
Yeah, to follow up on that, there are a lot of talks about coral bleaching and how colorful corals turn into like white bleached corals. But we want to talk more about, the scientists come up with creative ways to restore them. And I think through this interaction is so it's an engaging way to educate people about scientific information and in a fun and engaging way. So, and I think
Yeah, so we basically envision this to be playing in a museum or an aquarium where they have educational content. As you can, if we point downwards, as you can see, every visitor would have their own personal coral. They walk around, and if they put it on the switch, it would activate an animation that's particular to the particular station. So this is about physical restoration. This is about structural restoration, and then there's a video on it, and then you can learn about what that means and what the steps are in those different efforts. And then after, this video is too long to watch the entire thing too, but after, if you look over here, the idea is that since this would be at the end of the entire exhibition, there'd be a global tank of coral, and every single visitor's personal coral would appear there as a visual artifact of their trip to the museum or the aquarium.
Also, what class are you guys designed for?
It's Cabinet of Wonder. It's a exhibition design class.
Oh. Oh, okay. So how do you guys feel about working with each other?
That's great. I made good friends.
Yeah, that's great.
And that's interesting since three of us, we have different skills, like Pauline good at coding, Jenny good at design, and good at visual kind of like sketch, something like that. So we kind of combine our different skills to make this project come true. And it's a pretty fun way to do that because like you have to do a lot of collaborations in ITP, and because everyone have different backgrounds and skill sets, so that's a pretty interesting process to like learn for each other at the same time, contribute what you have. Yeah.
Cool. Thank you so much. Thank you guys. Hi, can you briefly introduce yourself and what is your project about?
Okay, I'm Shannon.
I'm Fanzo.
And this is our ripple light. It is designed for the gastroenterology waiting room. So patients, it's supposed to be placed on the arm of the chair, so patients can open the light like doing that. Yeah. And it's not lighting up. It has two functions, and because of the shape, it kind of looks like a fan. So according to our research and some interviews, we found out people do really care about privacy when sitting in waiting rooms. So because of its position, it can act like a block between patients. So when they want some privacy, they can open this light and have some space for themselves. The second function is that because of the structure of the fabric and the animation of the LEDs, we wanted to mimic the effect of water. Patients there sometimes are asked to do urine tests. So we want this visual effect to subtly stimulate their urge to visit the restroom in a more elegant and prettier way to achieve that goal. And when they don't want to see this effect, they can just by doing that.
it will be turned off.
That's very convenient. Well, so what's your inspiration when you guys decide to design this?
First, we wanted to do something that cares about patients' privacy. So we naturally thought about the shape of fans. We wanted to create something soft as well. So the form came out first. And then we decided to make a light for the gastroenterology waiting room. And then the effect of LED is designed after that.
Cool. So do you have any plan to further develop it?
Yes, we do. Yeah.
Like this size right now, but we want to make it bigger, like this, to give it a real block function.
Okay. So do you have anything else to tell the audiences?
Well, while taking this class, we found that despite the more artsy light installations, it is kind of fun to really observe the light setting in other environments. We kind of took pictures of restaurants and waiting rooms to analyze their design of light. It's a really interesting thing to do. You should try it sometimes.
Cool. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks. Hi, can you introduce yourself and what your project is about?
I'm Juno Yu, and I'm I'm an installation and VR artist. And for this one, I made lots of different spaces. So and I also added lots of my story and experience inside. So I'm trying to make people experience what I have been through. So that's what I'm really trying to do. Like I said, I'm just walking through the water. There are lots of different words, but I think that's basically what I'm trying to do here, actually.
Can you show us a little bit about it and how does it work?
So basically, I don't know how to show you here.
Oh yeah, you can explain what he's doing right now.
So here he's just walking through the one long space, and there are lots of words actually around him. It's actually it is connected with the web. So whenever people write something awful words, it actually update to here in real time. So I wanted to make people feel like some kind of warmth through playing this space. So I think that's the. Oh yeah.
So it's like a real-time word.
Yeah, it is a real-time word, and also there's a room for watching interview, so you can actually just I can say experiencing something like interviewing together, something like that.
Cool. So what class do you design for?
So I mean, for this one, I specifically for thesis,
Oh, for
but
thesis.
yeah, but my first piece is actually actual VR glass piece. This came from Synthetic Architect, which is the best of best, Jonathan Turner. Yeah, so yeah, that's the class that, because before him, I didn't know anything about VR. So now I feel like I can do whatever actually I want to make.
Cool. Do you have anything you want to tell audiences?
Oh, what kind of audience?
Live streaming audiences.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, ITP is I can say you can experience whatever you want, but if you feel like you don't know anything, just come over. This is a place you can experience whatever you want.
Cool. Cool. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, Warble.
Hi. Can you
Hi.
introduce yourself and your project?
Yes, my name is Mingxi. I'm graduating this year. The project's name is called Axel. It explores the gender dynamics in heterosexual relationship in Chinese modern society. Yeah.
Cool. So, what's your inspiration when designing it?
The inspiration is that I have met and interviewed a lot of Chinese women for a lot of times, and then they always brought up a topics that's there's a lot of men trying to buy their stuff and hope something will actually happen, but they said it's actually not gonna happen. So I think it's a common topic that could be explored using the new media tools.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So, can you show us a little bit about your work?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, you
that's
can
what-
explain.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Explain what he's doing or something.
The process is pretty simple. It's only a walking simulator, but the point is that I built this unreal world with symbols, so the audience could feel the narrative inside the space instead of reading text and using literal forms to understand what I'm trying to say. So the player is actually in the space, and he's almost at the end, almost at the destination. But from that walkthrough, we can see that a lot of space draws a lot of inspiration from real life scene. This one is really like the crowded space in Times Square, where there has been a lot of LED walls and screens trying to implanting the ideas inside the audience.
Hmm.
Yeah.
So I saw there's a lot of symbols on the screen. So what's the meaning of this?
Yeah, it only explore some part of the symbols that I tried to create for the project. Circle represent a bit more about the female characters, and then the angled rectangles, they represent more about the male characters, and then the triangles represent the external values.
So, what else you want to say to your player, like when they are playing?
I would say just feel free to look around, walk around, and then rotate the chairs around. It's a free space. Just immerse themselves into the space and then enjoy the holy view of everything.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Hi, can you briefly introduce yourself and what is your project about?
Okay, sure. Hi, I am Zixun Meng. This is my thesis project, Visionary Architecture. Visionary Architecture is a project about a journey of notion of conceptual space, and I've designed several spaces with different scales, attributes, materials, and different abilities. So people can take a VR experience in my project. And as you can see, here is a very good player. She is playing my project, and this is the end of my project. You can see that's the destination of the world. And
Oh.
thank you.
So is it like a walking simulation or interactive project?
It's more like a kind of walking simulation. Yeah.
So,
But the whole project is about architectural form. So I want to figure out how to construct a meaningful space in the virtual reality.
cool. So how do you feel about your thesis? And what's people's reaction when they're experiencing it?
That's a good question. Excuse me. What's your feeling?
I feel it's super cool.
Super
It's
cool.
I like the all design because they have a many environment they're totally different and the color and the design is super great. Yeah, I quite enjoy it. Yeah, I'm looking forward one day where you will release.
Oh.
Thank you so much.
Cool. Thank you guys. Thanks. Hi. Can you briefly introduce yourself and what your project is about?
I'm Divya. I'm an artist. I mostly work with performance as my main medium. Um, my work is called She's Talking. It's in two parts. The first part is a video. One part is a video of me performing, and the other sits as an archive in a website of video recordings that I took at a wedding management company as part of a research. And the other performance is sort of woven into a fictional narrative from conversations I had during that research in 2018.
So can you show us a little bit insight?
Yes. Um,
Yeah, you can go.
this is the video. It also contains a list of book titles that I sort of passed from Amazon's best-selling list. These are also a few drawings that I made. It's also along the hallway. I had to sort of make them as part of the presentations for the clients. And those are the videos of my interaction with the entire space and people working to create the stage and, yeah, give clients the experience, but in a critical way. I was trying to look at it in a critical lens. Yeah.
Cool. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi, can you introduce yourself and what your project is about?
Yeah, I'm Faith. I'm a IMA senior, and my project is called Looking for a Job because I am looking for a job, and they put me at the front of the show so people can know that I'm looking for a job.
So what the class is about to design this?
The class was collective narrative. It's so about storytelling. So this project functions under storytelling because usually when I tell people I'm looking for a job, they will tell me about their job hunting experiences or advice for job hunting. So it's how I'm kind of collecting other people's narratives for myself as I figure out how to find a job.
So can you explain like what's the connection between your photos and your narrative?
Yeah, so I made a bunch of jewelry related to looking for a job. So I have the belt here, and it says looking for a job. And my earrings say please hire me up there. And then my rings have QR codes to my website, so my portfolio and resume. And when I wear these statement jewelry, people will usually point them out to me because they're pretty bold. And I'm like, I'll tell them, oh, thank you. Like I made this belt myself. It's just looking for a job because I am looking for a job. And that's how I've been collecting the narratives. I wanted to do an editorial style photo shoot with the jewelry just as a way of putting it online and telling people in my life online that I'm looking for a job. And it felt like the proper way of displaying all the jewelry.
Cool. So how do you want to like further develop this piece?
So there's probably like less than 20 pictures on the wall here, but we end up taking 2,000 pictures. And I kind of wanted to live like as a zine or something online. And also, I personally think because I've been documenting in video format this entire process, if I maybe make TikTok videos, I could maybe make this go viral and then find a job that way. That's like the big picture. But otherwise, if I can find a job from the spring show, that would also be great.
Yeah, I hope you can find a job in Spring Show. Thank you. Hi, can you introduce yourself and what your project is about?
Yeah, so hi, my name is Zhe Zhu, and this project named Infinity Room is an interactive medium works. You can interact with the physical trigger to push, to make the medium and the escape room like pushed. So they do have a storyline here. You can see the user now is interacting with like different physical thing, and then the story will push. Now she got the key, and then she just opened the room, and you can see the medium just push. The door is opening now. Yeah, so everything we filmed that is in the greenhouse, and the background about everything is made by Unity. Yeah.
So can you tell us a little bit detail about how everything works?
So basically, it's all button inside. When user, like for example, they can push the button, and they can use the hammer to interact with here, and they can even pull the string, and then everything will work with the interact. If they pull the string, then something will like open here. If they pull, now it's in the ending trail. After that, I can show you how that works. For example, if they push the button, the fan will on, and then the wind will blow in the movies.
Cool. So what class do you design for?
So this is for the physical computing class. You can see now, for example, if I just push the button here, then the light just on, and then you can see the actor inside. They have a
is this
story.
actor you?
Yeah, it's me.
Oh, you're a really great actor.
Thank you. It's me and semester ago. Yeah. I see he's like looking around, trying to find a way out, but he can't do anything because he's inside of box. And now we as the player outside of box, we can help him to out. For example, if I just push the wind here, the wind just blow. And you can see something, because of wind, something is dropped. And the physical thing also changed. Yeah, we in the outside have the outside way to interact with that. And he is inside the box. Yeah, he needs our help.
So what's your inspiration when designing it?
Yeah, we want to make an interactable movie here because we think like the traditional way of movie is a little bit boring. The user can only see. We want the user actually to interact with that. For example, if I push the button now, the fan sound, you can see the paper blowing. So that's the way we want to make a user to immersively experience the movies and medium.
So do you have any plan further developing it?
So in the future, we maybe add more physical scene and add more like storyline because right now it's one storyline here, but we do want to have multiple storyline like Black Mirror or something like that. Yeah, we want to make some crazy scene. By adding more physical scenes and more storyline, the people can interact with more scenes, so they do have more immersive experience.
Cool. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
weeks ago. Hi, Duncan.
Hey.
Can you please tell us about your beautiful project and what's its name?
Sure. So this is called the Dollar Store Ouroboros, and it's a long rotating conveyor belt piece that, as it passes underneath that lampshade right there, it actually takes each of the brush strokes and it turns them into music. So essentially, it's a very long music box. The loop itself is about 34 minutes, but the system of interpretation is constantly changing, and so effectively, the composition is infinite.
What are the objects around this beautiful installations?
Sure. So this piece is really about rumination, and I wanted to take the idea of this loop that's repeating but changing, and put that in the context of something familiar like my own home. And so a lot of the objects that are part of this sculpture are actually from my own home. These chairs are objects from my home, and these rugs and tchotchkes are all things that are found in my home as well. I wanted to take that and encapsulate it in what felt like a New York City apartment.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
This definitely looks beautiful. Adjustments on the spot, right?
Adjustments on the spot, yeah.
What were the people reaction when they looked at it?
You know, it's really interesting. Some people immediately kind of understood that it was a music box, but other people, it kind of creeps up on them. Some people are really frightened by it. They think it's kind of scary. Other people think it's very serene. But the piece itself actually shifts between microtonal modes that are very dissonant, like right now, and harmonic modes that are very relaxed and ambient. So it has a little bit of both.
Okay. This is really cool. Thank you for sharing your project with us.
Oh, thank you guys so much.
Hi there. Do you mind introducing yourself and what your project is about?
Wait, just let me turn it on. So my project is a kinetic light installation. Just exploring some of the relationship between the lights and shadows and the colors. Yeah.
Do you mind introducing yourself as well?
Oh, my name is Michael. Hi, everyone.
Yeah. Can you tell more about what was your main inspiration behind it?
The inspiration is from window blinds next to my bed, and I really like the relationship between when the light shine through and how it interacts with the lights and shadow and between different blinds. So I thought it will be really interesting to adding connected motions and different colors. So different intensity of colors and lights will interact with each other.
This is really cool. So can you control it from your phone or does it do it something automatically?
Everything is controlled by Touch Designer through my computer. My phone is just sending signals to if it's gonna play a show or not. So right now it's just going in endless loop. But I can, if my phone allows me to unlock, I can I can play the one minute music thing that I choreographed with the music and then different lights and the motions.
That's fascinating. Thank you so much for sharing your
Yeah.
project.
Thank you. Yeah.
Hi everyone. So right now we will show you the performance of Spencer. Is this the live stream? Hi, do you mind introducing yourself and what's the name of your project?
Okay, I'm Esther. I'm second year ITP student, and my project is called Lightwave.
Okay, do you mind describing what we see right now?
Oh yeah, so the Lightwave is a project of the series of my research in exploring materials and intangible objects. So Lightwave use like the transparent vinyl thread to let the light travel through. So due to the gravity force and the organic shape, I try to diminish the robotic and mechanic feature that technology brings. So I just want to make a more nature and organic bonding between us and nature. Yeah.
This looks very mesmerizing. What was people reaction to it?
They think it's very like comfortable when they see it. It just reminds them of the nature thing. They just hear the sound comes from like the ocean and sound like the lightning. They just very enjoy it. Yeah.
Um, what were your main? Did you take any courses that inspired you?
Yeah, so this is kind of a project that I made in light and control class at ADM. So in that class, we just talk a lot about like the light projects, and at that time, I just so into like lines patterns. So
Mhm.
that's why I choose to try different like threads to see if there are any like interesting
Mhm.
result I can get. Yeah.
Thank you so much for telling us your story.
Thank you.
Hi, Shreen.
Hi.
Do you mind introducing the name of your project and the description of it?
Okay, this is called Epitaph of the Earth, which is the prayer for rocks. You know, the rock is a medium which has known Earth's history before human appears. But you know, we don't have any prayer for listening the sound or like a history before, so that's why I made it. And like a rock is this kind of inorganic media is good for storing the data for long term. Yeah, so that's why rock is good for storing data of the of the Earth. So
Okay,
yeah.
so what happens if I put a gem on it instead of the rock?
Okay, cool. So basically, I can change the rocks, and then you can see the difference of the sound. Because like this device detects the shape and the texture and the weight, and then I convert them to sound.
Okay.
So like
Can you change it
mhm,
to a different
different.
gem as well?
So yeah,
This looks beautiful. Did you experiment with anything else before you started doing the rocks?
You mean like object?
Yeah.
Yes, this idea is coming from my experiment of the seashells on the beach.
Oh, wow.
We have seashells on the beach, and you can hear the sound of the waves. But actually it's not like a actual sound of the waves. But people can imagine like as wave sound. So that's why it's fascinating for me. And then we don't have any reason to pick up the rock on the street for now, but after you get this one, you have a reason to pick up the rock. This is connected to my research theme, which is human augmentation. I want to change people's perception. Like after you get this, you have a reason to pick up a rock, and also you can look around to see oh, I want to see this kind of rock. I want to hear the sound of the rock or something like that.
For sure, I would love to use it personally. Thank you so much for telling us about your project.
Bye bye.
Is this just live or is this gonna be recorded for the stream?
Hi, Spencer. Congratulations on your performance. Do you mind telling us more about it?
Yeah, so the performance came from Johann Diedrich's sound art class, which is a 7-week class that I took toward the end of the semester. And it came from an exploration with contact microphones, which is what's on the branch here. And initially I was I've been interested from my past work at ITP in making performances that take things that are inside the body and putting them outside, and asking this question of what does it mean to make the interior exterior and make that public for other people to see or hear. So yeah, I was interested in taking sounds of using the contact microphones to take sounds of my breathing, sounds of my joints, sounds of my jaw. And yeah, that's the performance part of it.
So is this a real tree? Where did you get the materials?
This is a tree branch that I found just lying around in Tompkins Square Park. And it was twice as long. And I didn't think that I could get it here, but then I talked to Julia, who had been interested in the previous smaller branches I was working with. And she was all for it. And so we went to the park, we cut it in half, carried it on the subway, brought it here. And yeah, now it's here.
It sounds like a very interesting journey. So was this the main problem when you were doing your project, or did you encounter any other problems?
I think a lot of the other things I was encountering was just learning sound programs, learning how to connect microphones to a computer through audio interfaces, because I've just never worked with audio before. So it was definitely software troubleshooting, and also just figuring out how to move large objects.
Yeah, for sure. Did you perform before? Is it your first experience?
No, so I'm coming from a performance and dance background. So this performance is definitely very much a work in progress, because I'm making the sounds myself, and sound is not a medium that I'm familiar with.
For sure.
But yeah, the root of my practice comes from performance. Yeah.
It looks amazing. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for telling us about it. Hi, can you please introduce yourself and the name of your project?
Thank you. I'm Magdalena, and the name of my project is Artifact.
Oh, wow.
The main idea is the use of AR in a live performance, and in this project in particular, the AR objects, the digital objects, are acting like a MIDI controllers. So they are triggering sounds or sending information like notes and something like that, depending on the existence of the digital object.
Can we see how it works?
Yeah, I can do like a tiny demonstration
For
for you. Thank you. I'm gonna set the volume up. So for example, I can turn the volume of a track up or down, depending on the position of the digital object. That is acting with a image tracker with Vuforia. I also can play with the pitch of it. Also, depending on the position, I can make a tiny effect, start going into the sea. All depending on the position of the digital objects, they are interacting with the sound. And with this setup that you see in front of the TV, I am making a bridge between the physical and the digital, and I'm interacting with the AR objects. For example, now I'm sending the notes directly, also depending on the position. And I that, or it could be, I'm gonna turn this off a little bit. It could be like a theremin, or it could be like any instrument that you want. Also depending on the position of where you are playing with it. The particles also are interacting with like more high, more low, also depending on the position. And that's the main idea of the project.
It sounds really cool. What are your next steps for the project?
I need to clean a little bit the pipeline of it because it's very confusing. but I would love to make it more easy to set up and try to play with it in other parts and travel with it.
I would love to test it out someday. Thank you for telling us about it.
No, thank you for the time and being here and talking to me.
Okay, let's go to the next one. Thank you so much. Hi, Phil. Can you please share the name of your project and the short description of it?
Sure. This is Bob, black orbiting Bob. And it's a pendulum that is moving in an oscillating pattern. The pendulum then abstracts that movement, and then there's a light on the bottom that is projected into a camera. The camera takes only the light data and then streams that into a second room. And if you want to follow me, I can show you that part. Yeah, come on.
Okay, so tell us more.
Okay, so this is the kind of the pattern, but it's abstracted twice at this point. So we have the motors moving the pendulum moving, and then the camera taking it in. It goes through a feedback loop in Touch Designer to produce the trail. So you're not seeing exactly what the motors are doing, but you are seeing kind of the representation of what's happening in the other room. And it's really about being present in one space so that you can understand what's happening in another space.
This looks something like I would play with it for hours.
Yeah, my niece actually said that exact same thing. She said, I would chase that light forever.
Oh, wow.
It was hilarious.
I'm so glad we have such a resemblance. What was the people's reaction?
Everyone has had a great positive reaction to it. Some people really enjoy watching this part, the light part. Other people are really fascinated by the mechanism. And people kind of move between the space back and forth to kind of understand what's happening.
I'm sure you have a lot of documentation.
I do. Plenty of documentation.
Thank you for demonstrating this for us.
Of course. Thanks for stopping by.
Hi guys, do you mind introducing yourself and the name of your project, please?
Okay, so I'm Li Fei, and this is Sishu. So the project name is Cabinet of Wonder. Yeah, so we try to like find an everyday objects, like a very ordinary objects, like in our daily life, but like we try to like make something different in the inside of it. So so we decided to like create like a theater inside this drawer. So when you open it, can you try to open it? Yeah, when you open it, there's like a little animation inside, and the first layer is like I hand draw this little animation. It's like a theater related topic. In the second layer is in the second layer, Jishu used GANs to generate this theater related like video. So we try to like make a little contrast between handmade animation in theater and also like machine generated theater.
Oh wow! It sounds like a very comprehensive process. How did you fabricate the furniture?
So we first know that we're gonna use like a drawer as like a way of like express our ideas. So we like spend like a little time to like find this cabinet in a thrift store.
Oh wow!
Yeah, and like we twist like we change like a little bit of inside of it and like add like sensors and like all the like the handles and everything.
Another is a class called Cabinets of Wonder. Is there any similarity between your name of the project and this class?
Yeah, because like this actually this class is like Future Mapper, but like we are inspired by like the Cabinet of Wonder like back in like in Europe, like in the 1870s centuries. So because like that's like when we open the drawers, like like there's like many things like on those things like trigger people's curiosity.
For sure. Do you have anything to add?
Yeah, I mean, this one's good for people to photograph it. That's why we want to make it like totally mood, like Cabinet of Wonder, because you don't know anything inside of drawer until you open that.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. It looks marvelous, guys. Congrats on your well done job. Thank you for sharing that.
Thank you.
Hi, Akshrita.
Hi,
Can you please can you please introduce the name of your project and a description of it?
Sure, yeah. So the project is called Radcliffe's Border. It's a two-part installation. The first part is the video on a fabric piece, which is right behind me, and it basically shows how the borders of India and Pakistan were drawn in 30 days, and by a man who had never stepped foot outside Europe. So this talks about that, and it starts with how happy people were for being independent, but how it changed 2 days after when the borders were released, and then there was violence and mass migration and deaths. So this is what it shows, the video. And because the borders were drawn on the basis of religion, there's a second part which is the interactive here, where people get to draw their own borders on the basis of other cultural aspects, basically dance, language, and food, to show that other cultural aspects were also like affected, and just to make a point that this wasn't right at all.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you mind showing us the second part
Of
on
course,
your
yeah.
computer?
Yeah, that's side.
Yeah, we will just follow you.
Okay, sure, yeah.
Yeah, sure.
This is the second part, and this is dance, map based on dance, food, and people can toggle between these, language, and you can also clear it, and then you can also draw on it, like however you feel the border was. And this is like you can draw as you like it. Um, some people drew like faces and art forms, and some people just drew like arbitrary borders, and some people said that they didn't want to draw borders because they didn't know the country well enough. So I think these were really stark contrast, and like good to see and like hear the thoughts of people who were interacting with this.
Sounds like a very personal piece for you.
Yeah, it is personal because 14 million people were displaced because of the border issue, and my grandparents were among those 14 million people. So that's why I wanted to do this project.
How did your parents react to the piece?
They were very emotional, and my grandfather, he saw my thesis presentation, so he was very emotional as well, and he really liked it. And at the end of it, he was like, you could have used a better picture of mine. So yeah, and this is a note to my family.
Sounds like a typical father.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for sharing this
Thank
piece
you
with
so
us.
much for coming by. Thank you. Yeah. Aw.
Hi, can you please introduce yourself and the name of your project?
Okay, so the name of this project actually is untitled. We haven't decided yet. And my name is Shanshan, and my group have MK, Mahan, and also Xiao.
Oh, so what's the idea behind this project?
Actually, we changed our concept right before the show. However, right now it's showing, for example, this face, like all the eyes are looking at us in cameras. It shows like how capitalism actually is using algorithm to like surveillance us. However, they cover it out with all kinds of like drama and like creative content. So in that way, you wouldn't notice it. However, it's the fact that you are being watched by the capitalism and also algorithm.
So where did you get all these TVs? It's a lot of them.
So actually, three of them actually is my friends, and MK drives all the way up to Pennsylvania to get 6 of them. We do have to return them after this.
Yeah, for sure. So when they turned off, is there any meaning behind this?
Oh, we wanted it to be a showpiece instead of an experience. So it just indicate that it's the end, and when it opened up, it's the beginning of it. So like the audience can know like if they experience the whole showpiece or not. Not yet.
Okay, so what kind of footage we see right now?
So I want the content to be like as diverse as possible. So it's showing all kind of like from art, fashion, and like even Gordon Ramsay to see like how many contents they are using to like covering up their surveillance of us.
Yeah, the surveillance camera has a very particular effect on me. How did people react to being watched?
Oh, they like to take a picture of themselves.
How did they react to the footage? Was there any like difference between this?
Actually, I think they quite enjoy the footage. So that like I'm really happy about that because I added them about like the footages. Not that much people ever talk to me though. However, based on their reaction, they're liking the footages. However, but we don't have the introduction, so I don't think they could like possibly know the meaning or the concept of this piece.
So would you rather tell them the meaning behind this piece or let them figure it out on their own?
The second way.
Figure them out. Thank you so much for sharing
Thank
this
you.
piece. Hello, Casta. Do you mind introducing this project to us?
Yes, of course. So my project is called In an Iridescent Time. I designed the gear system to be on repeating for more than 100 years. The related position of the gears and the prisms is just rotating on repeatedly for a lifetime. I think that's how I felt about time. This topic, I'm just so interested in this topic. I use the prisms as a metaphor because single white light could be generated to very iridescent colors. I think our perspective for the same seconds could be very different. How we see about time, we could get very different feelings, and that's why I want to make it. Also because I hang the prism on the gears, so the related positions could be calculated. So it's just a little, it's predictable, but with the pendular motions. It's also I add some randomness. It just feels like our life, something you feel you could predict it, and it's actually some randomness in it. And even every second looks very alike. So if I don't tell you that I designed to be all repeating, you couldn't recognize that. That's how I feel about time. It's kind of cyclical. Every day seems like the same, but it's also linear. It's not the different. It's just not the same. It's different every second.
This looks gorgeous. So for the next step, would you maybe do it like a very large installation?
Yeah, that's yeah. I was here, like hearing a lot of people suggesting me like a larger version of it. I really want to make it happen when I have a larger space. Yes.
Yeah, maybe you even can exhibit it in the museums as your next
Yeah,
step.
yeah. I would love to, of course.
What was the? Are there any courses that you took that inspired you?
I took Jeff Fedderson's class called Time. Of course, about time. So that is why. I also talk a lot with my thesis my thesis professor Stephanie. She gave me a lot of ideas, suggestions about how to make it.
Thank you so much for telling me about your piece.
Thank you so much for interviewing me.
Hi there. Can you please introduce yourself and the name of your project?
Sure. I'm Eamon Goodman, and my project is called Sound Suspension Number 2.
Okay. Can you tell us about the idea behind it?
Sure. I'm a musician, and the idea was to sort of try to create gestures in space with musical phrases. So you can move a virtual object around in an AR app, and it triggers physical percussion instruments.
So right now, when the user moves the ball, what's happening?
So there's a column for each one of these instruments, and you can, as you move a ball, if it collides with a column, it triggers the instrument. You can also drop balls and have a more chaotic triggering of things, and that's sort of what you're hearing now. Yeah.
It sounds very chaotic.
Chaotic?
Yes.
Yes. That's because of the physics, the bouncing of balls. It's sort of a random sequence.
So when people start to interact with it, did you notice anything like similar between all the users?
It takes a second to sort of figure out the rules of the world, which things you can touch. But once people do, I think they like chaotic mode a lot. They like to sort of run around and trigger a lot of balls. Yeah.
How was the process for you creating this installation?
It took a while. I mean, the hanging itself was like 2 days.
Oh,
Um,
2 days.
but I mean, just after it was created, just getting all these things in place. But I also prototyped it in my apartment, so I had it annoying my neighbors for months and months. um,
Also,
yeah.
were there any problems in particular that you encountered?
Problems, sure. I mean, lots of problems. It takes a lot of maintenance. There's 12 objects, and so if something breaks, which happens fairly often, I have to run up and fix it. I'm still figuring out how to mount the solenoids best. That's what's hitting the object. I think it's not a perfect interaction, but otherwise, I think it's successful. People seem to understand it.
Yeah, I think this was part of your thesis, right?
Yes, this is my thesis project.
Yeah, I watched it. It looks incredible. I would love to test it out someday.
Sure. Yeah.
Did you show this to your friends or family?
Yes, I did. I sort of sent it around, and whoever could come to my apartment when it was there would try it out. Yeah.
So after the show, what are you gonna do with this installation? Are you moving it to exhibition, to the museum?
I'd like to. I'm not sure yet. I think I'm going to look for spaces, a gallery. My dream is to have an installation in the daytime and performances with the sculpture at night. I think that would be fun.
That sounds very fascinating. Thank you so much for telling us.
Yeah, of course, of course. Thank you.
Right now, we will show you a larger installation made by Daniel Rothenbach. And this is the larger installation made by Genial, representing the kite. No. Hi there, can you please say your name and introduce the name of your project?
Of course. My name is Rocky. I'm presenting this project called Mozzarella with my friend Colin and Shaw. I'm going to be the only one presenting today, but it's our wonderful teamwork that made this thing possible. You want me to introduce?
Yeah, we would love to see it, yeah.
Okay, so as you can see, we've got a big balloon here, and this project basically is our way of, it's for the class, Code Music and Sound Studio. We're trying to make a creative instrument for drone and ambient music. We keep thinking about what space mean in a room and how music affect how we perceive space. So we try to make something that takes a big space, which is a balloon, and we put an Arduino in it that has a lot of sensors.
How does it work?
It's okay. So I think it's better if I show it. If I bump it. I don't know if you can hear, but there's two speakers over there that music is controlled by the claw itself. And if we have more than one, and if we have more than one person, you can throw it around, and it's kind of fun throwing a big thing that feels so light to you. So.
Can you? So when you hit the ball, are there sounds coming from the ball or from where are they?
So they're from these speakers. We have the speakers wired to our laptop with Bluetooth, and there's a wireless OSC. It's sending OSC signals from the sensors in these balloons to the Wi-Fi. The computer pick up these signals, and they will control the music through Ableton and Max Patch.
How did you come up with the idea for this project?
Yeah, so I think at the time we were thinking about what kind of music we're trying to make, and all of our teammates are into ambient music and drone, and we're thinking what's the most appealing thing of that kind of music, and we thought that creates a sense of space for us. Like when we're listening to ambient music, you almost immediately feel like you're in a certain space. So we want to make something that feel like you're moving or maneuvering a piece of space. So that's how I guess like we want to associate that movement with the music it's creating. Yeah.
Oh, it sounds beautiful. Thank you for showing how it works.
Yeah. Thanks for
Hi, Aiden. Can you please introduce the name of your project and its description?
Yeah, absolutely. So this is my project called Infinite Reflections, and this is the sphere mirror version of it. So it's a video infinity mirror, and there's 14,000 LEDs inside of it, and they are on these bent LED matrix panels.
Mm-hmm.
So the LEDs are perpendicular to us, and there's a two-way mirror in front and a flat mirror in back, and there are hemispheres on the back mirror. So the hemispheres get reflected into spheres, and then they're repeated due to the infinity effect from the two-way mirror. And there's a Raspberry Pi computer controlling it. The visuals were made in Touch Designer, and the whole thing is kind of Yayoi Kusama inspired.
So how do people usually interact with it?
People they walk by and then they see it and then they come back because they're confused. A lot of people have no idea. They think it goes into the wall. So it's a lot of, looking around trying to figure out what's happening and being very confused about like what the spheres are and how that works.
And the visuals, how did you create them?
I used Touch Designer, so they're generative visuals, and they are sent to the Raspberry Pi through a UDP server. So I can do like real-time creation of visuals and editing them and seeing the feedback. So I can get them into a state where I think they look good, and I can I can download them into a byte stream and send that through the Raspberry Pi so it runs on a loop.
Okay. And this was your main project of your residency?
This is my thesis project. I've been working on it for a couple years, but this is one of the few things I've been working on for my residency. I also have some pieces over there with the lenticular.
We might want to hear about your another piece that's displayed there.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Do you mind showing us?
Yeah, absolutely. Love to.
We will follow you.
Okay. Cool.
Let's go and see his piece. Okay, so
Cool.
tell us what we see here.
Yeah, so these are lenticular cubes. They are totally empty. There's a LED screen on the bottom, and the light is projected onto the lenticular lens, and it causes the light to be stretched out and refracted back off the back lens through the top. So it looks different as you walk around them. Lenticular lens is basically a bunch of half cylinders, and it's what you might see in bookmarks where you have moving images when you tilt them back and forth. So yeah, I cut them on a 45-degree angle and then fashioned a volume out of a cube out of the lenticular lens, and it's just flat on top of an LED screen. And it's the same as the infinity mirrors, where it's running on a Raspberry Pi LED matrix, and visuals are created in Touch Designer as well.
So where's the projection coming from right now?
It's coming from the flat screens, like right at this black edge. So it's just a flat 32 by 32 grid of LEDs. And because the lenticular is cut so that the lenticules are on 45-degree angles, it stretches out each pixel across the face. So you can actually see, if you look through the back, it's almost empty. Because it's meant, and that's why I built this wall-mounted version. So it forces the viewer into the correct viewing angle that gives the illusion that the box is a volume of light.
Did you see people like touching it, moving it, or how do they usually interact?
Some people touch the edge lightly, and mostly, walking around, seeing the looks that you can see on each side.
Okay, thank you so much for demonstrating two
Yeah.
of your projects.
Absolutely. Thanks for talking to me.
Hi, Sean. Can you
Hi.
please tell us the name of your project and introduce it to us?
Sure. This is Phil. Phil is a distraction-free computer interface that I made. Have you ever like you wanted to do something and then you take out your phone and you see like so many notifications, right?
Always.
It sucks. That's not our phones have a place in our pocket because it's really fast to be able to take out and do things. That's why we want our phones. We don't want our phones in our pockets to have distractions closer to us. So that's why I've designed Phil. Here's what Phil looks like.
How does it work?
Yeah, so when you open Phil, you actually see, when you open your screen on Phil, this is what you see. You don't see anything, and that's the point. Because Phil puts your actions first, so you can use Phil to take notes. If you want, Phil just leaves them there, which is great. You can use Phil to complete an action, like for example, setting a timer.
Okay.
And you can also ask Phil to, like for example, add stuff to your shopping list. Anything you want to do on your phone, anything that you think you've like ever asked like Siri to do, or you've tried to do on like a terminal. This is what Phil is for, but Phil does it in a much more user-friendly way. Phil's like a like a.
See it working on the computer?
Yeah, I would love to show you a live demo. So, how much time do I have left? Maybe like 1 minute? Let me set a 1-minute timer over here so we can keep track of that. Here, and then our timer is started. So, here's our 1-minute timer running over here. Let's see, I think I don't know, I think I need to like buy some, maybe like shampoo when I go home. So, let me remind myself to do that over here. And then, yeah, I also, I don't know, what else do I want to do? I want to, do you want to leave any feedback about Phil? What do you do you have any thoughts about Phil?
I love it. I think I need to start my day with it.
All right, well, yeah, I would love to get your feedback on Phil. So let's send that feedback. And yeah, this is awesome. Thank you for coming to see Phil. And yeah, this is great. I got a notification about that feedback on my phone. Yeah, thank you so
Okay.
much. Yeah, thanks for coming by.
I was wondering, like, what are your next steps for the project?
My next steps for this project. So I'm hoping to turn this into maybe like a Chrome extension, so that it can take over your new tab page. We can't really change the lock screen on iOS, but it would be great. A new tab page is a starting point that people use a lot. I think on Android you can maybe change. You can have some like crazy permissions to do stuff. But really, I want Phil to get developers and like designers to change how they think when they design an interface. You want to design an interface so they can get out of the way.
How's it? Why is it called Phil? I didn't ask about that.
Oh yeah, so it's called Fill because there's this step where after you press this button where you it like fills, there's blanks where you can fill in and adjust it still.
Okay.
And the other reason is yeah, Phil. The other reason is because like Phil the groundhog, it's usually, this entire interface is actually usually hidden and out of the way, but it can pop up just when you need it.
This is really cute. Thank
Thank
you so
you.
much for sharing.
Thank you so much for coming by. Yeah.
Hi, can you please introduce yourself and the name of your project?
Okay, so my name is Xiao, and this is my project. It's called First Attempt to Contact Alien.
Okay, can you tell us what's what's inside of the box? Or how do people interact with
Do you
it?
want to play with it, and I can introduce it while we
Okay,
play?
I would love to play. Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Okay. What do I do?
You can control this dock by pressing these. Well, pressing this at the same time to draw something. Pressing this at the same time while moving it. If you're not happy about it, you can erase it. Right. When you finish it, yeah. When you finish the drawing, you can press the send button.
Okay. It's a fish. Okay.
Yeah, it's a fish.
Sand. Oh, wow.
And this part well responded.
So what does it mean?
Um, so the idea is you are sending a message across the space, and these two are just a visualization of a message traveling across the universe. Right now, the alien has response to your message, and that's why it's sending a message back. And also here,
What's on the screen?
you can see the time that you send the message and how far it has traveled, and where's the nearby planet. Right now, it's Mars. And on this screen, you can see the message that alien sent back to you. It's a random generated drawing. And also you can take this little souvenir. It's a little family picture sent by a friendly alien for you. If you want, you can also scan this QR code to see my portfolios. And so the basic idea is to make the user to think about what's out there in the universe, and what if there's an alien out there. If there's an alien out there, should you actually contact with them? What if they're kind of evil alien that might come to kill you? Or could they actually be friendly? Yeah.
Okay, so what was the are there any courses that you took that inspired you?
This course is come from a connected device. That course inspired me because it's told me how to use Wi-Fi, use Arduino to connect it to the internet and talk to each other. Like these two boxes are not connected by wire, but both of them are connected to the same server, and the server is in charge of sending the message to each of them. That's why they can communicate. When you press the button, the other box will respond.
I would love to communicate with aliens this
Yeah.
day. Thank you so much for sharing.
Thank you.
Hi there. Can you please introduce yourself and the name of your project?
Yeah, my name is Julia Fernandez. My project's called TV Girl.
Wow, so why is it called that way?
It's interactive animation. So the webcam tracks your head on an x-axis. So when you move left and right, it will shuffle through the frames of the animation sequentially. So instead of pressing a play button, you're activating it by moving left and right, which I could show you.
Yeah, for sure.
And that when no one's there, and it's just flickering between the frames, and it's kind of cool effect.
Can
But
you
once
show
you step
how it
in front,
works?
yeah. I'll have to step right here. So when I'm in front of it, it's still nothing is happening because I'm not moving left to right. But if I come a little bit over here, it'll move this way. When I go left, it will turn, and I can go as far as all the way over here a little bit. So it just shuffles between these different heads that turn around that are also me. Has my haircut. That's about it. Yeah, so I just wanted to try an experimental animation piece using processing and OpenCV. Yeah.
Okay. I also remember you created in the animation class that you took by Marianne.
Yeah.
So how did people react? You also put it on your resume website, right?
Yes, I did. I used this as like a foundation sketch for a more developed piece, which I printed on the risograph and scanned in, and it just goes in a loop on my website. But I reused this animation for this piece as well, because really I didn't have too much time for the animation. I just like developed the tech, but it works. I think it's pretty effective here because you can really see it spinning around with you as you move.
Why did you use the fish in particular?
What was that?
Why did you use the fish in particular?
Oh, the fish. Everyone asks that. I'm going to say it's up for interpretation. Whatever you want it to mean, it means.
That's very deep and also a bit random.
Yes.
How did people react to the fish?
Every time someone's like, "What's with the fish?" I'm like, "I don't know." I just thought it looked cool, and all the other things in the head are like pretty compact, and the fish like kind of breaks that like pattern of round things going around, so it's just like to throw you off.
How long did it take you to create animation in total?
It's 115 frames that I drew, probably a couple days of doing it for a couple of hours. Yeah.
It's a very comprehensive process. Thank you so much for sharing.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you. Okay. Okay.
Hi everyone. So right now we're in the arcade room, and now we will see how many people are enjoying playing games. Fuck. Let's go to the David's projects and see how people interact with it. Hello, David. So, how many people played your project so far, estimated?
Estimated like a couple of dozen, say
Oh my God.
50 at the most,
I can see people are very enjoying it.
Yeah, it's a pretty good turnout,
Yeah.
A lot of people are playing this game, but even though it's a challenging game,
It's very easy to die here.
Yeah, it is, yeah. Nobody
anyone
won this game so far.
No one. That's
Nobody.
my question. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Did you ever win it?
I didn't win it as far as I remember.
Huh?
I didn't win it as far as I never won as far as I remember.
Oh,
But
wow.
there are some
Look at
people who
this.
almost won,
Yeah.
Yeah.
So some people. What about your parents? Did they come to the show? Did they play it out?
They did play it yesterday, yeah.
Oh,
They
so what
enjoyed the
did they
game,
say?
yeah. They enjoyed the game a lot, yeah. They're
they
happy
lose?
for me, They lost, yeah. It was easy for them to lose, Yeah. But they enjoyed it.
Okay, can I play test it?
Sure, yeah.
Is it on camera?
So you use the big button to catch it. There's a timer in the center. If you're the last person with the ball, the timer goes out. So go ahead and button. You're already playing. You're good. And then use.
Wait. That was very fun.
Yeah, I know.
I don't know how to play it. Okay.
It's
Yeah.
pretty fun, right?
Yeah, it's very challenging indeed.
It's challenging, yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, now let's move to Ellen's project.
Thank you for interviewing.
For sure, always. Hi, Mimi. That's quite a turnout. Do you have anything to say to our audience today?
I guess I just want to say thank you for tuning in. I'm not really sure this was the most fun way of enjoying the show, but I hope that even if you just got a glimpse of how happy and excited everyone is to be here and to be together finally, it's something that we just haven't done in too long, and we'd almost forgotten how amazing it is. And thank you for all the streaming team for capturing it for all of posterity. So we're very, very grateful. And we're about to close up. So
that was a pleasure. What's your role here at ITP? For our audience.
Okay.
I mean. Not
Yes.
for me.
Hi, who am I and why am I talking to you? So I'm one of the full-time faculty here. I've been teaching in the program for almost 10 years. And I co-produced the show with Noah. So I've been living on the floor for the last few days, like seeing all the projects come together. And it's been a really wonderful reminder of what this whole community is all about.
And this is our first in-person show after pandemic, right?
I know, nobody kind of knew what they were doing a little bit. Those of us who've been through it before, we kind of forgot, and then obviously the students had no idea. So it was sort of a first time, and so that made it scary, but it also made it extra exciting. Yeah.
How did the show change since you started working at ITP?
Well, it's a lot bigger. We have about 2.5 times as much space. We have a lot of large open spaces where we can really use as a kind of open canvas for how we'd like to install things. We have lots of little spaces. People were always asking for little small private rooms, and we couldn't really accommodate that on the old floor. And so I think that we've just had a lot more curatorial kind of creativity ability here, trying to transform what is normally classrooms in a school environment into a gallery and an experience.
I'm really happy it wasn't canceled this year.
Yes.
And I saw a lot of people came, and parents of the students came, and their reaction was very interesting. They were very excited, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think that, as a parent, as somebody sort of observing the program from the outside, you sort of see what it is on paper, and you try to get descriptions, but you can't really understand what's going on until you're actually here, and you're not only seeing the projects, but seeing how people are interacting with them and how people are talking about them. And that can't really be replicated sort of in any other way than to just be here.
For sure. And the next show will be held in winter, right?
Yes.
Will you do any changes based on this
I'm
experience?
sure. I mean, this was the first time, right? So things worked, things didn't work, and we're eager to hear from the students what was interesting for them, and there's lots of room for improvement, lots of space to try different things, and I think also now that the students have seen what is possible, it'll actually spur on new different ideas for what projects to build as well.
Yeah, for sure.
So it's a feedback loop, and I think it'll keep evolving.
Okay, so how will the show conclude today?
The show will conclude with me going around banging my pipe and telling everybody to go home. But then what we're going to do is that, it's a massive group effort to get it set up. It's also a massive group effort to take it down and to return to some form of normalcy, because ITP camp is right around the corner. Summer classes are right around the corner. And so the last thing we all do together is put everything away and clean up. And then we'll take a big picture with everybody in it.
Sure. Thank you so much for sharing with us.
All right. Thank you. Take care. helpful in putting the floor back together. Yes. What's the goal of tonight? Like to get everything back to what it was like at the beginning of the semester? Yes, and even better because it will be clean. Okay. And then we will take, and then I thought the live stream was dead. and then we'll take a picture at the end. And we will know if you are still here. All right? Woo! Got it?
Are we camera A or camera B? Hi, everyone. Oh, is the feedback going to be terrible? Yes. Hi, everyone. I'm Eden Chin. I am an ITP graduating second year and one of the student producers for the Spring Show. Thank you so much for tuning in. It's been a really, really great time. And this is, this is what it looks like behind the scenes for our team. Thank you so much. And until next time.